Please specify a project. Please select a mission. Mission accept. Heading to Afghanistan. Heading to Afghanistan. Mission not accepted. Please select a mission. Please select a mission. Mission accept. Heading to Afghanistan.
Disable the Soviets' reinforcement system by putting a hole in their base-to-base comms network. Head for the Eastern Communications Post and destroy its comms equipment. First, use the binoculars to locate the communications equipment at the facility.
detected. The map has been updated. Caution, sandstorm approaching. Marker placed. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. You have arrived at your destination.
binoculars to locate the communications equipment at the facility.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Weather will clear shortly. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. The map has been
That antenna is one of the targets. There should be more. Keep looking.
The map has been updated.
That's another one of the targets. Do you see any more?
Analysis complete.
That looks like the target. We know where all the antennas are now. Take out all three of them. How you do it is your call.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Talk.
The map has been updated.
Повышенная боевая готовность. Конец связи.
Explosives should take care of them well enough. How you do it is up to you.
КП, это зона 4. Кто-то вырубил одного из наших. Прием. Это КП, понял. Возможно, это вражеское нападение. Всем быть начеку. Конец связи.
Analysis complete.
Disable the Soviets' reinforcement system by putting a hole in their base-to-base comms network. Head for the Eastern Communications Post and destroy its comms equipment. First, use the binoculars to locate the communications equipment at the facility.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. The map has been updated. Caution, sandstorm approaching.
Нет, не делай этого! Я не хочу
Guard post
умирать!
captured.
Speak.
The map has been updated.
Я не хочу умирать! Нет, не делай этого!
Weather will clear shortly. Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Marker placed. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. You have arrived at your destination. Extraction arrived at Mother Base. You have arrived at your destination.
You made it.
Analysis complete.
First, use the binoculars to locate the communications equipment at the facility.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Extraction arrived at Mother Base. You have arrived at your destination. Analysis complete. The map has been
That antenna is one of the targets. There should be more. Keep looking.
The map has been updated.
That's another one of the targets.
The map has been
That looks like the target.
updated.
We know where all the antennas are now. Take out all three of them. How you do it is your call.
действовать! Вперед! Вперед!
Всем боевым группам! Это кафе! Военный культ! Всем единицам приготовиться к бою!
That's the second one. That wasn't the last of them, though. Keep going. Good work. You've completed your objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
Mission info has been updated. Marker removed. Support
Roger.
helicopter requested.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is P-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Support helicopter has arrived.
Gaining altitude. Departing.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added.
All right, mission complete, boss. Maybe you'll actually break a sweat next time, huh?
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Please select a mission. accepted. Heading to Central Africa.
materials have been packed into 2 containers and hidden in the jungle southwest of the mansion. Enemy extraction choppers will be there any minute. You have to find and retrieve those containers before they arrive. That area is being guarded by zero-risk security, and their client is XOF. If the choppers make off with the containers, that research will end up in Cypher's hands. That cannot be allowed to happen. One other thing, boss. We need a cargo-capable Fulton extraction device to recover the containers. Use your iDroid to order its development and have it dropped in.
Be careful down there, boss.
Please specify a project. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Alright. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis
Guards, they must know where the containers are.
complete.
If you can just squeeze it out of them.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Get him! Go! Get him! Go! Talk.
I've updated the info on your iDroid. Take a look.
Updated.
The PF soldiers have no idea what's in those containers. Strictly a need-to-know basis.
Spit it out.
Boss, looks like they're stepping up security around the targets. Watch yourself.
Gracias, begrijp. Ik kan de vijanden gewoon voor weer. Alieneren, wakker weer. Uit.
Analysis complete.
Still hasn't picked up the enemy choppers. But it's only a matter of time before they arrive.
Analysis complete.
Target extraction confirmed. That leaves one target to go. Take care of the next one. Boss, our early warning radar just picked up the enemy choppers. We'll keep you informed of their ETA. Hurry up and extract the target.
You can't go firing on the XOF choppers. If we attack XOF now, it'll be a declaration of war against Cypher itself. That time will come, but it's not now.
Er is CPF, begrijp. Wees op je uitkijkt voor die erge beweger. Uit!
Granat! Handgranat!
AK, das seht ihr. Und wenn ich will, dann kann ich mal Kontakt mit Anlagen durchführen.
Analysis complete.
Alright. Target extraction confirmed. We've avoided the worst possible outcome. Exfiltrate the area. Go ahead and call the chopper. You can also exfiltrate the mission area by land.
Analysis complete.
He's coming too. Roger that. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Support helicopter
Roger.
requested.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude. Departing.
Exfiltrated.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added.
Mission complete. Great work. Boss, we got Code Talker's research materials back in one piece. The medical team has them under lock and key in the quarantine facility. The materials should help their research into the vocal cord parasites. Cypher won't be getting their hands on them now.
Side ops
Boss,
list.
I've updated the mission list. We've
Mission
received some new
list
job
updated.
offers. The details are on your iDroid. Boss, some of the kids we've been keeping here have escaped. We don't know why they ran off, but it may have something to do with Ralph's death. The intel team's looking for them as we speak. I'll add information to your side ops list as it comes in. You need to locate and secure those kids. I'll try to find out what happened.
Boss, we gave Ralph, that kid who died in the accident, a burial at sea. The man in charge of that facility has been severely punished. But ever since, the kids have been acting strange. It's obvious they've lost their trust in adults. I was getting reports of them ignoring the staff, or getting insolent, and even violent. And a few days later, several of the kids did a disappearing act. They snuck into choppers and shipping containers and got off base.
Please
Why?
specify a project.
Your guess is as good as mine. These kids were born in a war zone and forced to grow up as war fighters. If they're left alone, war is how they'll die. But I thought we showed them there are other reasons to live. I never liked having children on Mother Base. But the thought of them going back to the battlefield and picking up their old lifestyle is something I can't stomach. It makes me think of Chico, 9 years ago. We have to get those kids back. Hell, they know too much about our operation.
Please select a mission.
I never expected even the kids to betray us.
Please specify a project. Please select a mission. Please select a landing zone. Mission not accepted. Please specify a project. Please select a landing zone. Marker placed. Marker placed. You have arrived at your destination. You have arrived at your destination. Marker placed. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed.
Analysis complete. Marker placed. Analysis complete. You have arrived. Clouds approaching. The map has been updated. Marker placed. Marker development project has been added. detected. The map has been updated. Destination. List updated.
Okay, subject is in.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project is being added.
Get him! Torpedes Delta 3. Die hulpbronnen hier is gesteeld. Er zijn waarschijnlijke aanmeldingen. Geen instructie. Hoor. Dat is CP, begrijp. Bescherm securiteit in punt die aandringen. Uit.
Go! Snake! Talk to me! Snake! Snake!
Please specify a project. Please specify a project. Marker placed. Marker placed. Support helicopter.
Roger.
Requested. Clouds approaching.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
Snake, you remember the White Mamba? Of course, he's been going by Eli since we brought him on base. He was the leader of the child soldier unit we took out of that village and into our protection. Well, according to the kids you brought back here, all the escapees were especially close to Eli. There's reason to suspect he's behind all 6 escapes. We've already detained him. I'll be questioning him shortly.
Wait. You'll be?
Ocelot.
You're incapable of taking an impartial stance with those kids. Question them all you want. It'll get you nowhere.
Ocelot, you get too many kicks from your art of interrogation.
It's not a matter of art. It's about quick, minimal strokes of psychological warfare. That's what gets the answers. And it's the best way to keep both questioner and subject safe. The risks only increase the more an interrogation drags on. At that point, it causes as much pain to the inflictor as the inflicted.
Like I said, too many kicks.
What I'm trying to tell you is we need quick results. Otherwise, it'll be too little, too late.
I know that.
And besides, I know the subject. I won't go overboard with a kid.
Forget it. You're not needed. Snake, we'll want to question the other kids too. Be sure to bring them all back.
Please select a landing zone. Clouds approaching. Clouds approaching. Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Please select a landing zone. Deploying. Marker placed. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
According to the intel team, the escaped kids should be around here. Locate and secure them.
Marker placed. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Marker placed. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Talk.
The map has been updated.
Money. Alsjeblieft. Moet niet te doen. Spit it out.
The map has been updated.
Ik wil niet, prik niet. Damn it! Iemand help mij!
You gotta extract him.
Analysis complete.
Stay okay.
Development complete.
Chip, dit is Delta 3. Bedreigingsgevaar. Groot gereed.
The map has been updated.
CFTF begrepen. Munitiekwaliteit verslachting. Uit.
Good. Good.
Analysis complete.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Analysis complete. Clouds analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Caution, rain approaching.
Dit is Delta 3. Bedreiging gewaar. Ga op gereedheid. Oor. Dat is CFD, begrijp. Kijk eens van enige iets vandaag. Uit.
Hij verbeelden. Dat is nuts.
You have arrived at your destination.
Hey. Speak.
The map has been updated.
Aanvalspositie. Alle eenheden. Aanvalspositie.
Extraction failed.
Dit is Delta 3. Zeg op waard verloor. Besmeet waarschuwing op contact. Oor. Dat is CFD, begrijp. Hou die voort dicht bij. Holla. Uit. CFD, begrijp. Doe je onderzoek. RPS besigtig. Uit.
Ze hebben een survier. Die vijand is weggekomen. Ons gaan hem nou zoeken. Over.
Dit is CTF, begrijp. Prela hebben jullie voorspelling. Goed voor. Uit. HK. Dit is CTF. Ons het die fans ingetrek, maar contact verloren na het kruisvuur. Vijand kan nog even daarbij wegkruip. Adresseer waakzaam mee. Over.
Alle basis uit. Dit is HK. Alle basis uit. Verskerp securiteit. De maatregelen voor veilige contact. Uit.
Clouds approaching.
You gonna extract him?
Zeer Pierre.
Delta 6, wat voor? Kom in, Delta 6.
Analysis complete.
Wat is de situatie? Alle eenheden staan bij.
Wat zit te schieten? Wat?
Dit is CFT. Geef mij een opzommen. Hoor. Kopie. Kom in. Alle troepen, dit is CFT. Wat is de situatie? Alle eenheden staan bij. Zulu 7 was verkeerd. Hoe is Zulu 7?
Wat gaan aan?
Wat is de situatie? Alle eenheden staan bij.
Ekman, stay okay.
Spit it out.
The map has been updated. Analysis complete.
Sitter de Zuluën. Geen teken van die vijand. Ons smaak is zoektocht. Oor. Reserveer begrijp. Moet niet verslaafd zijn. We gaan stilzinnig gebied weer. Uit.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Development complete.
Ons wordt aangevallen!
Sitter de Zuluën. Ongeschikt met als ik lang hier. Die dozen gebruikt blauwdempers. Oor. Reserveer begrijp. Alleen erg gewaarschuwd. Die vijand kruipt werkgevers. Vlucht hullen. Uit.
Met binnengebied! Gaan!
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. captured. Extraction failed.
He's coming too. Roger that. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. A whole lot of trouble they put us through. Making me worry like that. Boss, about the kids. It appears there's a movement among them to organize against us. I can think of only one person who'd be behind that.
Arrived at Mother
I'll
Base.
continue to look into it.
Marker removed.
Roger.
Helicopter requested. Development project has been added. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude. Departing.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Snake, about the escaped children. Eli confessed. The way he tells it, they wanted to go back to the battlefield. Don't rob them of their freedom, he said. If you bring them all back, there will be consequences. Next, he'll be asking for our surrender.
Consequences? What consequences?
No idea. That's all I have for now.
You're too attached to those kids. Stop protecting Eli.
Listen to yourself.
Let me question him, and we'll get some real answers.
Not necessary. I'll report as and when.
Please specify a project. Please specify a project. Please specify a project. Clouds approaching. Please select a mission. Mission accepted. Heading to Afghanistan. Deploying.
Retrieve the film canister our informant hid in Spookmate Keep before he died. It contains vital information on Skullface's plan. For now, our only clue is the garbled photograph the informant tried to send us before the end. We're working on analyzing the data, but there's no time to wait. A KGB Spetsnaz squad is after the target as well. Boss, go to Spookmate Keep and use the VI to lead you to where the film canister is hidden. It is paramount you retrieve the target before the enemy does.
Be careful down there, boss.
Map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. You have arrived at your destination.
We fully decrypted the VI data. Now the target's hiding place should be clear as day. Check your iDroid.
Усилим охрану. Прием. Это КП. Понял. Смотрите в оба. Конец связи.
Get him! Attack!
КП, ветераны. Тут происходит что-то странное. Что указали? Прием. Это КП. Понял. Усилить безопасность. Повышенная боевая готовность. Конец связи.
Not good. Don't let your buddy die.
Departing area of operations.
Snake! Talk to me! Snake! Snake!
retrieved the film canister our informant hid in Spookmate Keep before he died. It contains vital information on Skullface's plan. For now, our only clue is the garbled photograph the informant tried to send us before the end. We're working on analyzing the data, but there's no time to wait. A KGB Spetsnaz squad is after the target as well. Boss, go to Spookmate Keep and use the DI to lead you to where the film canister is hidden. It is paramount you retrieve the target before the enemy does.
Be careful down there, boss.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. You have arrived at your destination. Has been updated.
Нет, не делай этого!
Spit it out.
Has been updated.
Hands up.
Подожди, не стреляй!
Speak.
The map has been updated.
Where are your friends? Hands up.
Стреляй!
Analysis complete.
Кто-нибудь! На помощь!
Analysis complete.
Нет! Кто-нибудь, снимите
Subject on
меня!
board. Leave the rest to us.
Снимите меня!
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Kept you waiting, huh? Kept you waiting, huh?
You have arrived at your destination.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Go!
Kept you waiting, huh?
КП 07, у нас тут труп. Ищите нарушителей. Прием.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Это КП, понял. Последующие потери неприемлемы. Чекуха востро. Конец связи.
Get him!
Analysis complete. You have arrived at your destination.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good. Boss, we fully decrypted the VI data. Now the target's hiding place should be clear as day. Check your iDroid. You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
You have arrived at your destination.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
Spit it out.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
Attack!
You're pretty good.
The map has been
A prisoner. You gonna help him? You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
Spit it out.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
Analysis complete.
You're pretty good.
Hands up.
You're pretty good.
You gonna extract him?
You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
Talk.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
Development complete.
You're pretty good.
Caution. Sandstorm approaching.
You're pretty good.
He's coming too. Roger that.
You're pretty good.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. complete.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. Completed your objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
Mission info has been updated. Support helicopter
Roger.
requested. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Exfiltrated.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss.
This is B-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Mission complete. Great work. Boss, I have a quick report for you here. We've discovered a radiation leak in the laboratory on the quarantine platform. It's coming from testing equipment we installed the other day. Members of the medical team have been conducting research there, but we'll evacuate them all from the research block to the containment block next to it. Emmerich.
There's no need to worry. No radioactive material is leaked, so the contamination won't spread. We just need to seal off the testing equipment.
I've dispatched the security team to get the researchers out. I'll keep you updated.
Support helicopter
Roger.
requested.
squad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is P-Squad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude. Departing.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
We finished decoding the informant's report. That floating kid we've run into a few times now. Looks like he was a test subject in clinical experiments. The Soviets called him the Third Boy. The Third Boy was brought to a lab on the outskirts of Moscow from Czechoslovakia, after which he was due to be sent to a research center in Leningrad, then Siberia, and finally an academic town in Novosibirsk. It doesn't appear that the researchers witnessed the talents we've seen from him, but nevertheless he was quite the popular subject. His latent cognitive abilities suddenly awoke en route to Moscow. According to the report, the Third Boy was easily influenced by other individuals' biofields. Evil thoughts, in particular. They affected his mind like a virus. Extreme anger or resentment, motives for revenge, in other words. Now, during the transport flight to Moscow, the boy was exposed to a powerful mental energy field coming from a certain individual. Ever since, being conscious of his powers, he's become a sort of energy generator. What's unique about him is the way his acute telepathic abilities get taken over by another person's will. The boy began to physically parasitize individuals experiencing extreme anger and codify the host's desires. This includes amplifying the host's natural strengths. Or, in accordance with the host's desires, he can also implant program code in another individual, making them a puppet, essentially. Human neural synapses transmit weak electrical currents between neurons. These electrical currents, though at a level difficult to observe, warp the magnetic field outside the body. The Third Boy is able to pick up these weak fluctuations. Contrary to psychotronics, which involves controlling the human mind, his abilities as a receptor are too high. The emotions he picks up from another individual are amplified and unleashed into his body as they recur in his brain. They turn into microwaves, which then affect the physical world, triggering paranormal phenomena like the spontaneous combustion of organic matter or psychokinesis, moving an object without touching it. There's one other thing. While he's parasitizing a host, the boy's ego gets shut away, allowing the will of the host to take control of his powers, like some annoying static drowning out your own voice. That means he isn't responsible for what's been happening. Somebody's extreme anger has manifested through the Third Boy's powers in ways none of us could have predicted, which would mean this was going on somewhere around us. Looking back on it, a lot of things make sense now. The man on fire, Sahelanthropus, they both came to life thanks to the Third Boy's powers. Everything has been happening through him as a catalyst. We first saw him in the hospital on Cyprus. The boy parasitizing the man on fire's desire for revenge gave him his new abilities in return. He next appeared at the Hamid Fighter's Fort where the honeybee was hidden. There, the boy parasitized Skullface's vengeful mind. He controlled Sahelanthropus, making it do whatever Skullface wanted. Same goes for when we extracted Emmerich onto the chopper. When he appeared at the Devil's House in Central Africa, Skullface's will controlled the man on fire via the Third Boy's powers. Everything is clear up to this point. But even the informant couldn't pinpoint who the host was in the cave within Serac power plant. Sahelanthropus suddenly became active, then crushed not only the man on fire, but Skullface as well. Surely neither of them could have been the host. Who else was at that location and bore anger more extreme than either of them? Whose will was controlling Sahelanthropus? According to the report, emotions transmitted in children's brains affect the surrounding magnetic field more strongly. Cerebral nerves are covered with insulation called myelin sheaths to increase impulse speed. The reason for this leakage has to do with the fact that children's myelin sheaths are still developing. So, how many children do you remember being there? Children with a burning desire for revenge and bearing a grudge against you. I can think of only one. Eli. We don't know what kind of life he's had, but the resentment he's shown toward adults is nothing short of extraordinary. The third boy resonated with Eli's mind. And that means Eli bore the strongest animosity of all individuals within the boy's reception range, estimated to be a 3-mile radius, beating out even Vulcan and Skullface. The third boy has probably remained hooked on Eli's anger since. You remember at the Devil's House, the third boy showed an interest in Shabani? That must have been his ego making a rare appearance. He may possess abilities far beyond anyone else in the world, but he's still a kid. Maybe them both being kids was enough to bring them together. And if so, maybe with Eli, he isn't feeding off him, but acting in symbiosis with him. So what kick-started the third boy's powers? If we look at the location and time that his plane went down, we can make a pretty good guess. When the plane experienced the first anomaly, it gave an accurate report of its position to a control tower, due north of the Black Sea, 125 miles east of Kiev. Dead south on the Black Sea is Cyprus's Green Line. So the plane's position was directly north of the hospital where you'd been asleep for 9 years. And this anomaly was reported at exactly the same time that you woke up. The plane was enveloped in flame from the inside out. The fuselage burnt to ashes. There were no survivors, at least not publicly admitted. Your thoughts formed a synchronicity with the boy's psyche and were amplified inside his brain. That would have been more than enough to trigger his abilities. Your rage was like a big bang in his head, blowing the lid off his powers. The boy was then secretly moved to the lab outside of Moscow where Volgan was comatose. There, Volgan's thoughts resonated with the boy and he was awakened. Volgan became the man on fire, hell-bent on getting revenge on you. His instincts led him straight to you. Skullface knew Volgan from Operation Snake Eater, or perhaps from even before. Monitoring this pair of extraordinaries, he discovered the hospital and sent his assassin and XOF. Skullface was probably watching the situation from close by. Then, realizing how useful these two test subjects could be, he approached them. Reacting to Skullface's thirst for revenge, this time the boy let Skullface's will control Volgan. Volgan, at times driven by personal revenge, at times through Skullface's will, kept on moving, though his body was little more than dead meat. Perhaps there were moments where even your thoughts affected him as well. But without the boy's power, it was like the plug had been pulled from the socket. Everything was powered by anger, malice, revenge. This is how the end of the report sums things up. Both the third boy and the man on fire were originally test subjects of paranormal research for military applications, like telekinetically controlling the leader of an enemy nation and making him launch a nuke, or stopping the heart of someone on the wrong side of the Berlin Wall, experimenting with latent human abilities. They were used as tools of the Cold War. The boy's only crime was being born with unique gifts. But he was sacrificed on the altar of war. His life reduced to slavery under other people's wills. Turned into a living weapon with no will of his own. And eventually the only emotion he could feel must have been the desire to get revenge for the hand he'd been dealt. Boss, it's you that awakened the boy's powers. But there's more to it than that. I guess the anger emanating from you was something he could truly relate to.
Development complete. Please select a landing zone. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Marker placed. Analysis complete.
Враг атакует! Внимание! Все! Граната! Похоже, здесь голубоволова! Граната! Теряйте бдительность! Враг атакует! Внимание! Все!
Guard post captured. Analysis complete. You have arrived at your destination.
Talk.
The map has been updated.
Spit it out.
Has been updated.
You gonna extract him?
Speak. Speak.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
the intel team, the escaped kids should be around here. Locate and secure them.
Marker removed. Marker placed. Marker removed.
Trouble they put us through. Making me worry like that.
Side ops list updated.
Okay, subject is in.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Support helicopter
Roger.
requested. Marker placed. Marker placed. Marker placed. Marker placed. You have arrived at your destination.
Arriving shortly at LZ.
You have arrived at your destination.
This is Pequod. On station at LZ.
Destination. Support helicopter. You have arrived at your destination. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Boss, we found weapons in the children's section of the living quarters. As you know, weapons are strictly off limits. We've got some rule breakers. The weapons we found were handmade. Blades ground out of knives and forks, a couple of bow guns built out of scrap, and explosives made using detergents. And get this, the explosives were tightly packed with nails. The kids put the blame on, you guessed it, Eli. I guess that's what he meant by consequences.
I questioned him about it, but this time he claimed they want to be put out on missions. Send us to the battlefield, he says.
Miller, enough is enough. You've protected him too much already. It's my turn to question him.
Protected?
What Eli's doing is issuing a threat. Comply with my demands or I'll respond with force. But it'll be war at this rate. Forks and soap aren't gonna kill us, but some of them will end up dead. Is that what you want? Now, I hate to say it, but they want to be on the battlefield. It's time you gave up this fantasy.
Eli, he said they'd rise up against us if we bring the last kid back.
There, you see? Ignore his demands. Don't let him return to quarters. That attitude is contagious. We lose control over them for good.
For the time being, we've confiscated those handmade weapons. We're bumping up security and the number of psychiatric counselors. As for Eli,
He needs some very special care.
you mean solitary?
Well, we can't leave him in contact with the other kids. If you won't do it, I will. Boss, keep working on extracting those kids.
Please select a landing zone.
Quiet.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Buddy has infiltrated our map has been updated.
Комплект Дмитрий 9. Замечен взрыв. Ущерб неизвестен. Прием. Это КП. Понял. Возможно, это вражеское нападение. Всем быть начеку. Конец связи.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Marker placed. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
According to the intel team, the escaped kids should be around here. Locate and secure them.
Analysis complete. You have arrived at your destination. Clouds approaching. The map has been updated.
He's coming too. Roger that. Extract him.
Analysis complete. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Spit it out.
The map has been updated.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Analysis complete. Side ops list updated.
Okay, subject is in.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development complete. Sun will rise momentarily. Support helicopter
Roger.
requested.
Speak.
The map has been updated.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad.
Extraction
Have arrived at
arrived
LZ.
at the base.
Will stand by.
Support helicopter has arrived.
Gaining altitude.
Please specify a project.
Departing.
He's coming too.
Extraction
Roger that.
arrived at Mother Base.
The kids you brought back to base have laid out the situation. They all escaped to each of their home villages, or were trying to get home, and lost their way. Not that homesickness is gonna explain everything we've seen.
Each of their home villages. They were trying to raise troops for the rebellion.
You really think these kids have an armed uprising in them?
You read the report of the security team member who had a rock thrown at him. There'll be a riot if we don't do something. And Miller, this is because you didn't act fast enough.
Fine. I'll admit you were right this time.
Seal off the kids' quarters from outside contact before it's too late.
All right.
Dispatched.
Eli said his rebellion would start when the last kid is brought back, right? You better be ready to meet him head on if it really happens.
Yeah.
You should have left it to me in the first place.
Unit dispatched.
Boss,
Unit
they're just kids.
dispatched.
We have a responsibility to see that those kids make it. It's not about feeling protective or the pros and cons. I hate kids. That's exactly what I heard from the people who raised me. People who abandoned me, more like. That's the spark that kept me going, you know? I wanted to show those adults what I was made of. Wanted to get back at them one day. But before I knew it, I was all grown up. Never saw it coming. All of a sudden, people treated me as an adult. Some adult I turned out to be. But I feel like if my life had been different, if the adults I knew had been different, I could have grown up better. Yeah, that's it, all right. I wanted to use those kids to test that theory. That's all this was. From their point of view, I'm no different from the assholes who gave me a hard time. When this is all blown over, I'll talk it out with them. If that's still possible. Boss, there are still kids out there. Bring them back safe.
Boss, it's me. Eli's revealed what he wants. He wants to speak with you. With Big Boss. He just said, bring my father here. Eli's too smart for his own good. No way to tell what he's thinking. All we know for sure is his men are important to him.
That means we can use the escaped kids as leverage in any negotiation. Once you've brought the last one back, I'll interrogate him. If the kids do rise up, we'll meet them full force. End of story. I didn't want things to turn out like this. We could have prevented it, but it's too late now. If Eli means to take this all the way, he's gonna force us to do the same. Boss, go get that last kid.
Clouds approaching. Clouds approaching. Please select a landing zone. project. Please specify a project.
Be careful down there, boss.
Marker placed. Extraction arrived at another base. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Buddy has infiltrated our the map has been updated. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Please select a drop point. Please supplies requested. Supply drop analysis complete.
According to the intel team, the escaped kids should be around here. Locate and secure them.
You have arrived at your destination. clouds approaching. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Taking out the power system now will limit the enemy's activities at night.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
You gotta extract him.
Speak. Spit it out. Where are your friends? Where are the others? Talk. Talk. Where are your friends?
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Analysis complete.
Spit it out. Where are your friends? Where are your friends? Speak.
Analysis complete.
You gotta extract him. Boss, I've updated the mission list. We received a new job offer. The
Updated.
details are on your iDroid.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added. Please specify a precaution. Sandstorm approaching. Clouds approaching. Shortly.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. Roger.
Support helicopter requested.
Quiet.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude. Departing.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Mission list updated.
I have no doubt Skullface's plan is almost complete. At that point, I will no longer be of use to him. I must leave behind this record at least. A record of how the ancient vocal cord parasites became these abominable ethnic cleansing parasites. I believe he has two purposes for the ethnic cleansing parasites. The first, as their name suggests, is ethnic cleansing. This conflict between East and West that envelops the world will not last much longer. Once the Cold War ends, and the weight of America and the Soviet Union is lifted away, the ethnic conflicts they kept suppressed will all rise to the surface. It is not difficult to imagine that the radical sides will begin cleansing their adversaries. But what if an ethnic cleansing parasite matching the language of the aggressors were to be unleashed? The aggressors would be washed off the earth. At the very least, the idea that retaliation could eradicate your people would prove a powerful deterrent. The second purpose is the Englishization of the world. To cipher the organization, this is probably their main use. Man thinks in words, or rather, words are man's very means of thinking. If you erase a word representing some concept, the concept itself disappears from the world. Nishone means beautiful in Navajo, but the image that comes to mind when we say Nishone differs from the Black Anna's beautiful. An azure sky, a rolling landscape, lush greenery. The meaning we place in Neshone has its roots in Dene culture. If we lose the word Neshone, the images of our beautiful homeland would be washed away into oblivion along with it, just as Orwell indicated years ago. Cypher, being based in America, is pushing Englishization for this very reason. Suppose all 5 billion people on this planet come to read, speak, and think in English. Their wills could also be streamlined under English. Cypher's control would be all the easier. Economic governance would progress in leaps and bounds. The ethnic cleansing parasites would be a great aid in accomplishing this goal. There is no need to destroy every language besides English. All they need to do is weaken other dominant languages competing with it. Russian, Chinese, Arabic. If people know they risk their lives speaking such languages, they will flock to the lingua franca that is English. Cypher need not even focus attention on smaller languages. After all, they are already being eaten away by English. Business, education, film, commodities. English has permeated every area of global society. I can see this when I look at young Dene. Some of them have already lost their grasp of the Navajo language. It is said that over 2,000 languages of the world are facing extinction. This very moment, cultural concepts and forms of expression are disappearing forever. The spread of electronic networks gives greater meaning to Englishization. Networks have no national borders. By basing them on a single language, they can penetrate deeper into and between people. That basic point of unity provides the ideal environment for someone who aims to control people's wills. But how does this differ from building the Tower of Babel? The ethnic cleansing parasites attempt to rob man of his words. Such irony. It was the vocal cord parasites that gave words to him in the first place. Ancient man had no language, unable to produce complex sounds due to the structure of the throat. He could communicate only through simple vocalizations and gestures. Then the vocal cord parasites infected his larynx. Man's transition to walking upright did not gift him solely with intelligence, but also with his voice. At the time, the vocal cord parasites never harmed man. They merely took a small measure of nourishment. In fact, you could call it a symbiotic relationship. Some animal species use particular vocalization patterns to attract a female and reproduce. Songbirds, certain insects, and also the vocal cord parasites. The difference is that the parasites themselves did not produce sounds. Rather, they had their hosts, man, do it for them. Once secure on the human host vocal cords, a male vocal cord parasite caused the host to produce a certain sound pattern, something like a warble of a bird. Meanwhile, females parasitizing other host pharynxes need only wait. Upon hearing the sound pattern of an attractive mate, they would manipulate their hosts into making contact with the person it came from. The female traveled through his host's saliva to the other host's vocal cords, where the male was waiting and the pair copulated. We can only imagine how the female manipulated his host, but it was probably through smell. Smells travel directly to the limbic system via the olfactory cilia in the nasal cavity. Volatile compounds released by the female would stimulate the limbic system, which controls instincts, making the host feel amorous. This kind of sexual selection naturally led to competition between the male parasites. Males that had their hosts produce sounds perceived by females as more attractive succeeded in copulating and producing offspring. Evolutionary traits caused by sexual selection are curious. The peacock's feathers, the mannequin's dance, the firefly's luminescence pattern, even with courtship behaviors that are not advantageous to survival. Those individuals that excel in them produce offspring, and it escalates with each generation. The same was true of the vocal cord parasites. Courtship vocalization rhythms and intonations became more sophisticated, and in order for man to produce such sounds, they had to alter his vocal organs. By lowering the position of the larynx and developing resonating chambers, they enabled more complex pronunciations.
Please select a mission. Please select a mission. Mission accepted. Heading to Central Africa.
CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Listen to the tape for the contract details. Just be aware that the column's commander served with 5 Commando and later made a name for himself in South Africa's 32 Battalion. He's a hardened veteran, so don't take him lightly. Boss, I have a report from the intel team. The targets are now on the move. I've sent their predicted route to your iDroid. Check your map. supply droid for the details. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Development project has been added. Marker removed.
That's an enemy gunship. Don't try to take down a gunship from the front. You won't win in a head-to-head shootout. Try to get behind it and take it down with missiles.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Please select supplies requested. Supply drop complete. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
That's the way.
Enemy presence detected.
Nice work, boss. The targets are almost in. one target left.
Extraction arrived at enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Supplies requested. Supply drop complete. Analysis complete. Buddy has infiltrated and the map has been updated.
Все, вперед, доспел до здесь.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Snake, are you okay? Snake!
CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Listen to the tape for the contract details. Just be aware that the column's commander served with 5 Commando and later made a name for himself in South Africa's 32 Battalion. He's a hardened veteran, so don't take him lightly. Boss, I have a report from the intel team. The targets are now on the move. I've sent their predicted route to your iDroid. Check your map.
Please select a drop point.
Be careful down there, boss.
Please select a drop point. Buddy departing area of operations. Buddy has arrived.
Driver engaged. Driver mode. Walking mode.
Check your iDroid for the details.
Walking mode.
Enemy present.
CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Listen to the tape for the contract details. Just be aware that the column's commander served with 5 Commando and later made a name for himself in South Africa's 32 Battalion. He's a hardened veteran, so don't take him lightly. Boss, I have a report from the intel team. The targets are now on the move. I've sent their predicted route to your iDroid. Check your map.
Please select a drop point.
Be careful down there, boss.
Nice work.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Please select a drop point. Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
Nice work, boss. The targets are almost history.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been
Just one target left.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Supplies requested. Supply drop complete. Enemy presence detected.
That's an enemy gunship. Don't try to take down a gunship from the front. You won't win in a head-to-head shootout. Try to get behind it and take it down with missiles.
Take aim. Fire.
Good work. Good. You completed the objective. Now get out of there.
Guard post captured. Support helicopter
Roger.
requested.
Squad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is P-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Support helicopter has arrived. Momentarily. Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Exfiltrated.
All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete.
Departing.
Mission complete. Great work. Boss, as we suspected, the mastermind behind the kid's escape was Eli. It's hard to believe, but apparently he'd been plotting an armed uprising against us. He could be hiding something else too. Ocelot's gonna press him for answers. Get back here as quick as you can.
Where is he?
I told you. Your father's not here.
They're back.
Yes, they're back. But don't get any bright ideas. Your quarters are under full surveillance. Your weapons privileges have been suspended. No more uprisings for you. Did you really think it would be that easy, Commander? You'll get your boys back. Hell, even see the boss too. But first, I need to know what you sent them to do.
They wanted to leave.
To their homelands.
They wanted to go home. That's all.
So they were just homesick then?
Not quite. Militia warlords, PFs, the armies that murdered their families. Cousins, brothers, parents. They all had someone they wanted to kill. I told them, last chance to face the world with no regrets.
Last chance.
You better be ready for your drag back here. Ready to face the world as enemies.
No!
Goodbye, Father. I don't need you anymore.
Was Ralph really an accident? Or did Eli just rig it to stir up the boys? Either way, he had to have been planning for this all along. Bidding farewell to the world.
Boss, we're looking for the kids in Sahelanthropus, but there's still no sign of them. We don't know if the chopper pilot is alive either. What have we gone and put in the hands of those kids? We don't know how bad this is until we find them. Also, regarding our concerns about Eli, I finished looking into whether or not he's a product of that project. I have an answer. I put it on tape. Give it a listen. Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
Boss, we've got the results of Eli's genetic tests. We can finally put this worry behind us. We used the PCR technique and conducted DNA fingerprinting of the copied DNA sequences. Neither is mainstream science yet, but the concepts and procedures are sound. Both tests say there is 0% chance that the two of you are blood relatives, meaning the results are negative. He's not your son, nor is he your clone. He's just another person. It was 12 years ago that Zero made plans to clone you. Eli's age and appearance certainly are a good fit. I admit the first time I saw him I did a double take, but it looks like we were worried for nothing. Eli isn't your clone, though you might still have one somewhere out there.
But if Eli isn't the boss's clone, why does he seem so obsessed with him? Not to mention having one hell of an attitude for his age.
I don't know. Learning the truth about himself, cursing the fact he's a clone, bearing a grudge against selfish adults, and coming to hate who he was cloned from. Big boss. If that were really the case, I could understand it. I might even feel a bit sorry for him. But no clone could have a totally different DNA fingerprint. And the test left no room for error. You yourself were there when we drew Eli's blood sample.
Come to think of it, when we went to OKB-0, he'd snuck onto a chopper and was there.
Yeah.
He was acting strange even then. Or actually from a little before that time.
That was exactly when we began these tests.
Maybe he suspected something when we drew the sample, not knowing what we were doing to him, and becoming mistrustful of us.
Hard to say. Eli's had an attitude problem from day one.
So what is he then?
Well, if he's gonna tell us that himself, we'll need to get him to open up more first.
Roger.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
About Eli hijacking Sahelanthropus. We know how he got it moving. It was Emmerich. He used the kids in the staff living quarters to carry out his repairs. We got the details on tape. You're gonna want to hear this.
What was your goal in having the children repair Sahelanthropus?
I just answered their questions. I had no idea they would actually try to fix it. I mean, can you imagine a child piloting it?
Oh, sure, easily.
It wouldn't work.
I bet it's just like riding a bike.
I said it didn't work.
Who did you try?
I didn't.
Did you put your son in it?
We never did that.
His name was, Hal, wasn't it? I thought you said you never saw his face. But you made him pilot Sahelanthropus. You used him in your experiments.
He wanted to get in. It was such a short time we had.
So he was with you.
We were happy.
You're still happy now. Changing your lies to suit the listener and getting by slipping through the cracks. Building layer upon layer of convenient stories until nothing means anything to you anymore. You're happy all the time because you don't even notice you're doing it. Think hard. Who are you really? You're not a victim and you're not the silent majority. You're a perpetrator and a petty hypocrite. The real world doesn't make you suffer. It's the other way around. Skullface, real name unknown. Born in Hungary, more specifically northern Transylvania after it reverted to Hungary from Romania. While he was young, the country allied with Germany as part of the Axis powers, but later during the war, it came under Soviet occupation. The Hungarians struggled for independence, but the Soviets came down. Hard. Just like he said, time and again the country was ruled by a foreign tongue. When he was a young boy, he lost his native language, the bedrock for any developing child. His country, his family, his face, his identity, everything was stolen from him. All he had left was his skull. Skullface first tried his hand at espionage during all the chaos from the war. Agents, military officials, and soldiers who operated out of Hungary during the war vanished over the course of several months. This Soviet spy hunt rocked the counter-intel world. Mysterious fatal illnesses, accidental deaths, drownings, people having strokes behind closed doors. Just like Stalin, no one knew who was behind it. But all you need to do was look for who had the motive. They were all taken out by a man without a face. And now we've got an idea of how he did it too. He'd gotten revenge for his people, but he wasn't finished. Skullface defected to the West, eventually ended up with the SAS. That's where he met Zero. It's possible he began planning this whole thing back then. It's hard to say. In any case, Zero made him his XO. He always did have a thing for oddballs. But this one was set to lead a unit no one else would know about. When Zero created Fox, he also formed XOF as a support team. An unconventional special forces unit designed to support Fox, make it stronger, with Skullface given the orders. Zero never even told the boss about it, nor the CIA, naturally. If Fox was Zero's silver bullet, XOF was the recoil when he pulled the trigger, just like Newton's third law. While you were with Fox, Skullface was operating behind the scenes, sometimes as your backup, sometimes as a mole or a scout, sometimes as your cleanup crew. Fox's tail, making sure the mission succeeded and that you survived. We only have his word to go on, but Skullface's goal was revenge against those who'd use language to subjugate people. Those corrupting a people's identity by forcing a new tongue on them. Those using the power of language to control information. Naturally, that set his sights on Zero. To Zero, English was simply the most convenient code. But to Skullface, English was a parasite. And by eradicating it, he'd stop the world from being eaten away. If that didn't work, he was ready to see the world scorched by nuclear fire. To save language, culture, and race from annihilation, he was willing to overstep the hands of the doomsday clock. That is, of course, if you believe anything he had to say. You know, when you brought back all the child soldiers who escaped, Eli knew they'd returned. Needless to say, nobody said a word to him. I guess they got a message to him somehow. Eli wasn't put in a corner in timeout. He was locked up in that room, completely cut off from the outside world. Then how'd he find out? There's only one possibility I can think of. The Soviet Union has been researching military applications for psi phenomena. Psi? Things like psychokinesis and ESP. Extrasensory perception. You mean moving objects without touching them? Knowing what card somebody's holding up? Psychic powers? Come on. I thought that was just another bunch of disinformation aimed at the West. Just bear with me a second. One type of ESP is telepathy. It's the ability to know another person's thoughts through non-verbal means. You're saying Eli read our minds? It's the only idea that doesn't involve someone getting to him. Ocelot. Look, psi research isn't some hocus pocus. It's all evidence-based, scientific. There's gotta be another explanation. Maybe one of the kids stuck a note to your back. I hope that's the case. But I am convinced that they have, or Eli has, a connection to some force we have yet to identify. You better watch yourself, boss. How am I supposed to do that? If he is depending on something for help, well, that's his Achilles heel. If you can figure out what that something is, you might be able to use it against him. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, and the medical team is looking after the kids left on Mother Base. For the moment, they don't seem too panicked. But boss, get this. Eli got those kids to plot their armed uprising as a diversion. Also, he could steal Sahelanthropus and escape. That brat got us good. Set us up and knocked us down. And then there's that mystery kid who was with Eli. With those two working together, I'd say things won't be over for a long time yet.
Please select a landing zone.
It's raining.
Weather will clear shortly.
Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
Boss, welcome home.
Roger.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
Please select a landing zone.
How about expanding the base, huh, boss? Thank you, boss.
Snake?
Development complete.
Roger.
Development.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
Please select a mission. Please select a landing zone. Heading to Central Africa. Marker placed. Marker placed. Marker placed.
He was off base during the attack 9 years ago. Bring him home, boss.
Analysis complete. Side op completed.
You gonna extract him?
Marker removed. Extraction arrived at marker placed. Support helicopter
Roger.
requested.
This is P-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is P-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude. Departing.
Side ops list updated.
Rise and shine, old-timer. It is complete. Feeling hungry, old-timer? I hope you bought a better hamburger this time, Kazuhira. Right. Well, the rise of the vocal cord parasites goes back approximately 300 million years to the Permian period. I learned of the vocal cord parasite's existence in literature belonging to the Originally, the ultimate objective of the ethnic cleansing parasite project was the identification of not only languages, but of actual cultures. Language is deeply connected to ethnicity, but many languages are employed by multiple ethnic groups, and confrontation between those ethnic groups is by no means rare. If the cleanser parasites were to be a deterrent against ethnic conflict, they had to distinguish between groups using means other than pure language. The original plan called for this to be achieved by differences in the transmission vector. Each ethnic group has different lifestyle customs and eating habits. For instance, parasites living in shallow water and taken in through the skin could be used to target rice farming groups, or parasites using cows as their intermediate host would be ineffective against cultures that abstain from eating beef. But that is a lofty goal indeed. The current parasites mainly rely on droplet transmission. It would take extensive time to alter the transmission route. I eventually learned that the Ethnic Cleansers project had been shut down. It was Skullface who put it back into operation. But despite that, he told me to forget about the transmission route and just focus on language identification. I do not know why. I understand that the Chinese philosophers who discovered the relative species of parasite originally planned to develop a phonogrammic Alexia parasite. The left temporoparietal region is home to the part of the brain that identifies the phonetic symbols of the English language. They wished to create a strain that would parasitize that region and suppress its literacy functions. The brain area responsible for identifying the logographs of Chinese, meanwhile, is in the left middle frontal gyrus. Meaning that even if native speakers of Chinese were infected with the parasite, their literacy would be unaffected. Old and new, east and west, there is no limit to the delusions of those in power. But this delusion threatens to become a reality. I have to do something to stop this. There must be something I can do.
Please select a landing zone. Deploying. Marker placed. Marker placed. Marker placed. Marker placed. Analysis complete. Enemy presence detected. You have arrived at your destination. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. The map has been updated.
You gotta extract him.
Enemy presence detected. Caution, rain approaching.
Go! Spit it out.
The map has been updated.
Puedes quitte.
Analysis.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Analysis complete.
Speak.
The map has been updated.
Puedes quitte.
You gotta extract him.
Speak.
The map has been updated.
Puedes quitte.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Marker placed.
You gonna extract him?
Marker placed.
Spit it out.
The map has been updated.
Possibly.
Weather will clear shortly.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
The sun will rise momentarily.
Spit it out.
The map has been updated. Marker placed.
You gonna extract him?
Hey, fella, stay okay.
The map has been updated.
Let's come on!
Analysis complete.
Talk.
The map has been updated.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Talk.
The map has been updated. Analysis complete.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Outpost captured. The map has been updated.
Talk.
The map has been updated.
Ik wil niet, prik niet.
Analysis complete.
Waar is dit?
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Ik wil niet, prik niet.
Analysis complete.
Talk.
The map has been updated.
Spit it out.
The map has been updated.
You gotta extract him.
Hands up. Bark. Hands up. Speak. DD.
We gaan nog...
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Marker placed. Marker placed. Marker placed. You have arrived at your destination. You have arrived at your destination. You have arrived at your destination. Marker placed. Marker placed. Marker placed. Marker placed. You have arrived at your destination. You have arrived at your destination. You have arrived at your destination. The map has been updated. Marker placed. The map has been updated. updated. Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Marker removed. Caution, rain approaching.
That's the target. I remember him. He was off base during the attack 9 years ago. Bring him home, boss.
The map has been updated. You have arrived at your destination. Analysis complete. Side-op completed.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Arrived at Mother Base. The map has been updated. Development project has been marker placed. Marker placed. Please specify a project. Destination. Well placed. Destination. Support helicopter requested.
Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod, on station at LZ. Gaining altitude. Departing.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Side ops list updated. Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Weather will clear shortly. Unit dispatched. Please select a mission. Please specify a project. Please select a landing zone. Heading to Afghanistan. Marker placed. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Development complete. Analysis complete. Marker placed. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Marker placed.
Attack! Ау, в порядке? Get him! Давай, черт возьми!
You have arrived. You have arrived at your destination.
Talk.
The map has been updated.
Heads up. Heads up.
Guard post captured. The map has been updated.
You gotta extract him.
Spit it out.
The map has been updated.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Speak. Don't move.
Подожди, не стреляй.
Speak.
Нет, не делай этого. Нет, не делай этого.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. 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 Marker placed. Marker placed. Analysis complete. Marker placed. Analysis complete. Marker placed. Marker placed. Marker removed. Analysis complete.
Spit it out.
The map has been updated.
Hands up.
Не стреляй! Не стреляй!
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
You're pretty good.
Bark.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
Somebody!
You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
You have arrived at your destination.
You're pretty good. 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 You're pretty
Spit it
good.
out.
The map has been
You're pretty
updated.
good.
Подожди, не стреляй.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
He's coming too. Roger that.
You're pretty good.
The map has been updated.
You're pretty good.
Нет, не делай этого.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
You gotta extract him.
You're pretty good.
Attack!
You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
Analysis complete.
Talk.
The map
Я
has
не
been
хочу
updated.
умирать.
That's the target.
Analysis complete.
Okay, subject is in. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Side ops list updated. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Boss, we have an emergency. There's been another outbreak of the vocal cord parasites on the base. Several men are dead. It started in the laboratory on the quarantine platform where the radiation leak occurred. I'd only just deployed the security team. I've sent in a rescue team to help, but they haven't returned. Boss, I need you on this. Come back to Mother Base ASAP. Here we go again. There's been another outbreak in the laboratory. The quarantine platform. We sent a team to investigate and recover the survivors, but they haven't returned.
There's nothing on the radio either. We got a backup team ready to go. Just give the order and
I'll go alone.
Boss, what are you... There's no need for that.
We can't afford to lose anyone else.
We have no idea what's going on
Exactly. Anyone still alive's at their breaking point. Last thing we need is another unit storming in. No telling how they'd react.
Fine. First off, check how much the infection has spread. Rescue comes next, after we know the situation. When you're ready to move, just use the iDroid.
Idea why the parasite has showed up again. I thought we took care of it. We need more information. Find out what's going on, boss. Select a mission on your iDroid.
Please specify a project. Please specify a project. Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Please select a landing zone. Heading to Central Africa. Clouds approaching. Please select a mission.
Boss, let's go over the situation again. We've got another parasite outbreak in the laboratory on the quarantine platform.
What is this?
No idea.
Damn it! Huh? What the? Shit!
Stay back! Stay back!
exits to keep it from spreading. No one's getting out. One of the researchers inside managed to isolate the parasite behind the outbreak. He faxed over his findings. Code Talker's analyzing them now.
Why this new outbreak, despite our inoculation? This is still unclear. Introducing the Wolbachia to the infected prevented symptoms during the last epidemic. The parasites lodge in the victim's throat, forming a mating pair. But the Wolbachia turns the male to female. Two females can neither copulate nor lay eggs.
That's why the rescue team went in with more Wolbachia. But the outbreak still isn't under control.
They should not be capable of laying eggs. Yet, we have a new outbreak. And the Wolbachia have no effect. I pray this is not some new strain. If it is,
then someone may have brought it here. If there's a spy running around.
For now, we must focus on discerning the outbreak mechanism. The cases show another alarming new development. It is now even more difficult to tell who is infected. The eggs propagate out of sight. No external symptoms. One who appears healthy may be dying on the inside.
What the hell happened in there? Boss, I still can't raise the rescue team I sent in. We know how to proceed if we just knew how to ID the symptoms. Finding that out is part of your job in there. Get to the quarantine tent.
The map has been updated.
Hang on, Snake. We've just had a transmission from inside. Here's the audio.
It all makes sense now. I win.
Where's it coming from?
Unknown. It cut off before we could get a fix. It all makes sense. Think he means the parasite? No way to know. But right now, that's all we've got. Hopefully he can tell us something. We'll have to close the tent behind you, boss. Don't think the infection's airborne, but... Find the source of that transmission, boss. Find our man.
You never know.
What is it?
Something sweet. I can smell it even through the mask.
The rescue team reported that too. Said it smelled like ripe fruit.
We cannot allow the infection to spread. If anyone shows symptoms, you must put them out of their misery.
That includes me.
Guess the parasites killed him. Don't touch him. He's covered in blood.
has died.
Stay back!
Was that more of the message? We'll try to clean it up.
Help me, boss.
He's got a mask. He's with the rescue team. And the guy from before.
Analysis complete. Staff member has died.
Another transmission.
The boss will come.
Development complete.
He's wearing a mask. He's part of the rescue team. Looks like he's not the one who sent the message. I'd like to hear what he has to say, but you need to keep going.
Doc, radio was shut up when they opened fire when we entered. I couldn't bring myself to shoot back. Like you said, boss. Never point a weapon at one of your own.
Step aside, boss. I just want to go inside. I can't die in this hell. I'm not infected. I can't be right if I am. I don't want to go out like this.
Staff member has died.
I have analyzed part of the data that was faxed out. It appears even those who barely spoke became symptomatic. This must be some kind of mutation.
Get us out of here!
Member has died.
By me.
What the hell happened?
At least you're okay.
What's going on?
I win. I'm no snail.
Damn it.
so he sent the transmission. Seems like he had a way of IDing who's symptomatic. But what was he trying to say? Snail. Yes, of course. It all makes sense now. Do not let anyone showing symptoms get outside. As infection progresses, it triggers an overwhelming urge to get out in the open. That's the parasite controlling them. Once outside, the birds will feed on infected bodies, spreading the parasite on land. The whole world will be infested. Shoot, boss! We can't let them outside! Damn it! We can't allow any contagious individuals to leave! Shoot, Snake! Snake, are you just gonna let the contagion spread? Shoot, Snake! If you don't... That's it. That's good. You still have those goggles. If you see a glow in someone's throat, that means they are infected. And all you can do is give them a quick death. He's infected. Kill him, boss. We can't save him now.
Has died.
I'm sorry.
Has died.
You're kidding, right?
Snake! You just killed your own... Maverick, what the hell? Nobody asked for your opinion. You expect me to just stand by and watch this?
Has died. Has died. Has died.
can't take this anymore. Everybody's dead. Please, kill me, boss. If I'm gonna die anyway, I want it to be by your hand. Kill me, boss! Kill me! You coward!
You yourself said we're a family! Or was it all lies?
Member has died.
Is that where the group came from? Do you think they'd locked themselves in there out of fear of the rescue team?
Then, as the symptoms worsened, the parasite took over and convinced them to leave.
Because it's empty now.
Don't kill me!
Member has died.
Kill me, boss! Kill me! Boss!
Member has died.
Shooting your own men! That's not the big boss I knew.
Please, kill me, boss!
Member has died.
I looked at the staff list, and there are still people you haven't checked. If they're not infected, bring them out. Otherwise, eliminate them.
They're going outside! No, we're dead anyway! Boss! Boss! Hey! Let's let the boss decide. We live and die by your order, boss. Boss!
Member has died. 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 Member has died.
Hang on, boss. Is he wearing a mask? He might not be infected. Examine him with those goggles. Carry the rescue team member to the exit. He's the only one not infected.
The map has been updated.
Thank you, boss.
a survivor. Unlock the door. Wait. I don't think I made it after all.
What? You just checked him.
Could it have progressed this quickly?
Boss, take another look at him with the goggles.
He is infected.
I don't believe it.
Through my wounds. I'm waiting now. All of them. Do it. Please, boss.
I'm sorry, boss.
Staff member has died.
There's nothing we could have done for them. We're all grateful, boss.
It's your fault! They're dead because of you!
What?
He's right. I killed him with my own hands.
They were on your side! I'm on your side! And you turned them all to ashes!
They wanted you to shoot. It was that or be burned alive. Come on. Let's get this over with.
Wait. I won't scatter your sorrow to the heartless sea. I will always be with you. Plant your roots in me. You're all diamonds.
We're not burying them at sea. What then?
We'll make diamonds from their ashes. Take them into battle with us.
A shining light to our brothers in arms, even in death.
We are diamond dogs.
Mission list.
Boss, I don't know how you do it. All I could do was obsess over revenge, doubting my comrades along the way. But even after all we've accomplished, the phantom pain never let up. If anything, it just got worse. But you understood that from the start, didn't you? From the moment you opened your eyes in that hospital, you knew it wouldn't go away. That you've been fighting the pain and confronting your phantoms the whole time. Knowing full well the battle would never end, not till the day you die. I respect that now, more than ever. It's an honor and a privilege, Big Boss.
After exposure to the blood of a symptomatic colleague, I found myself making my way up the stairs to this room. And I am not alone. Everyone who's infected, we've all come up here wanting to get outside. I know full well I mustn't leave, given the possibility I'm infected. Yet, I can't contain this urge I feel inside me, like the alcoholic who tries to make any excuse for one more drink. Every step I took up those stairs filled me with this sense of bliss. I still have all my wits about me. It took no time at all to rewire the electronic lock and open the emergency exit. Then, just as I was about to set foot outside, I finally realized what was going on. This desire for freedom is not my own, but that of the vocal cord parasites inside me. They want the ravens to feed on us, pecking us to death, attracted by these sweet secretions. They have mutated to facilitate this. The sweet smell is powerful enough to attract even a species with such a weak nose. So, before the parasites take complete control, I must. Most of the staff in here are already infected. At least, everyone I've looked at is. Infection with this parasite causes a high fever in the pharynx. I have modified a pair of night vision goggles to react only to this temperature range. With these goggles, you can identify who is infected. Other infected will, like me, feel compelled to make it outside. If the ravens get their meal, they'll head for land next. That cannot be allowed to happen.
Well, Doctor, I have the report on the incident at the quarantine facility. Assuming the vocal cord parasite underwent a mutation. The only plausible explanations are exposure to some high concentration mutagen or radiation. As you know, some of the staff at the quarantine facility were infected with the parasites. The Wolbachia prevented them from copulating, but the parasites themselves can't be removed from their host's vocal cords. Once you're infected with Skullface's parting gift, you're stuck with it. The researchers regularly used X-ray equipment to monitor the parasites in their throats. No problem there, they kept a close eye on the radiation doses. But that equipment didn't just give off X-rays. It was also emitting beta rays, even though that's unnecessary for the scans. See, beta rays have far worse effects on DNA than X-rays, meaning the only logical conclusion is that someone added in a beta ray emitter to trigger a mutation. Those beta rays leaked out from inside the equipment. Because the emitter was retrofitted, the shielding was inadequate. And the person who ordered and inspected the equipment was you, Doctor. That makes you the only person with the opportunity to install that emitter.
So now you're saying I sabotaged medical equipment for some wild plan to make the vocal cord parasite kill everyone?
Or maybe you thought it'd reveal a way to treat the parasite without using the Wolbachia. With that much to barter, I suppose some people would welcome even a pathetic cur like you.
Just stop it!
You'd have no shortage of buyers, but most would be happy with just the parasite. You wouldn't need to offer anything else. However, if that buyer already knew about the parasite, they'd also know that by itself, it's no longer the ultimate bargaining chip it once was. To sell to that buyer, you need to throw in a bonus. A way to one-up it. There's only one buyer who'd be after that.
Emmerich, we record all communications on Mother Base. That includes radio transmissions to and from homemade devices. You've been in frequent contact with people in America. A private biotech company. A client of which is DARPA. And they are connected to Cypher. You made a deal with Cypher. You offered them a new parasite in exchange for your safety. This is the only place in the world where the vocal cord parasite still exists. and you used it as a testing ground. Tried to resurrect their bioweapon. But your plan to obtain the parasite has failed. Your bullshit ends now. I don't think you're leaving here alive.
Please specify a project. Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Please select a landing zone.
Nana dici Anahan tingo sinna Bea Aishla na Lego Azago DJ Nashtoi do Ashchad Yegishta.
Hey!
Eyes on Kazuhira. A message from the parasites.
Roger.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
You can deploy a buddy from the ACC before a mission or from your iDroid. Think carefully about the mission's objectives before deciding who you better take along. If you develop specialized equipment for them, they'll be able to help you out in even more situations.
Gaining altitude.
Please select a mission. Please specify a project.
The whole idea of the vocal cord parasites was that they'd only copulate once exposed to a specific language over time. But the parasites infecting our men in the laboratory laid their eggs straight away. The larvae were eating their lung tissue almost immediately. What kind of mutation was it?
Those who were infected and cured still carried the vocal cord parasites in their throats. They were still there, but the males had been rendered female by the Volbachia, and copulation could not occur, so we thought. But it is the Volbachia that mutated.
Not the parasites?
You remember I told you the Volbachia attempts to maximize its number of female infected hosts?
Yes, hence the male-to-female transformation.
Precisely. But other Volbachia strains use different methods. Cytoplasmic incompatibility, killing the males, and parthenogenesis.
Parthenogenesis? Aphids? Aphids use that to reproduce via females only.
Very good. The females lay their eggs without a male present, creating clones of themselves in explosive numbers. Parthenogenesis was originally a means for an organism to take maximum advantage of abundant resources by increasing its numbers. Certain strains of Volbachia force this to occur, to create more and more infected females.
And that's why our men develop symptoms in the blink of an eye.
Volbachia causing parthenogenesis is common in parasitic wasps. Of course, the Volbachia I introduced to your men did not have this characteristic, but I believe the mutation, whatever it was, caused it to force parthenogenesis in its host, the vocal cord parasites. The Volbachia we used to prevent egg laying became the agent of limitless reproduction.
There's something else. The symptomatic infected in the laboratory all wanted to get outside, even knowing there was napalm waiting for them out there. You said the parasites made them act that way, but parasites controlling humans. Is it possible?
Parasites altering the host's behavior is a common occurrence in the world of nature. Long ago, the vocal cord parasites had this ability, but even I never foresaw they might control humans. Until I heard the things your man said.
You mean the researcher on the top floor? The bit about, I'm not a snail?
Yes. Among parasitic worms, there is a genus called Leucochloridium that uses snails as intermediary hosts. As you know, snails prefer dark, gloomy environments. But once parasitized by Leucochloridium, they desire to be in the light. And that is not all. The parasitic worms thrust themselves into the snail's antennae, making them swell to abnormal size. The snail, meanwhile, frantically wiggles its antennae as the parasites squirm inside. The swollen, wriggling antennae soon resemble caterpillars.
I don't get it.
It is so they can be eaten by birds. Leucochloridium needs a bird as its definitive host. To breed, they require their snail host to be snapped up by a predator. So they make the humble snail appear to be a delicious caterpillar and lead it to somewhere in open sight.
So you mean the staff trying to get outside
was so the birds could pick at them. The parasites altered their mental state, making them crave higher places and to be outdoors. I can only surmise that both the Volbachia and the parasites mutated. Before the ancestors of the vocal cord parasites infected humans, their hosts were birds. What we saw in the laboratory was some throwback to that time. The parasites attempting to make birds their intermediary hosts.
It sounds insane.
A praying mantis that is host to a parasitic hairworm will dive into water and drown itself, just so the hairworm can lay its eggs in water. Rats infected with Toxoplasma gondii lose their instinctive caution and run right up to cats. Just some of the many ways parasites control the host.
But we're humans. Surely our minds are too complex for that.
I thought just the same. Free will is what makes us human, so it never occurred to me that the parasites could be controlling the symptomatic. But the mood, the will of a person can be easily affected by the balance of their cerebral substances. Take the toxoplasma I mentioned. It does infect humans, and it is thought the infected develop a more reckless attitude.
But to think that mutations occurred in both the Wolbachia and its parasite hosts...
Your observation is most apt. Both mutations occurring at once indicates the presence of a powerful mutagen.
I see. Keep working on narrowing down what it was.